Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you're energized for the rest of it. I don't know why I was tired yesterday. Well, I don't know. I figure I was, effect of my insomnia over the weekend. Um, and as I mentioned, I need to get that under control. I I cannot allow it to function to continue like that. And it's a lot of willpower, because the interesting thing is that I have my insomnia all the week, like all the time. Like it is not a thing that just happens on the weekend, but during the weekday, the fact that I have work in the morning allows me to tell it to go bleep itself, where I will stay in bed, I will just, and eventually I'll fall back asleep. But for some reason, on the weekend, I can't do that. I just end up doing the same thing, turning around, trying to fall back asleep, and giving up. So it's clearly on me. So yeah, and actually I'm just remembering a detail. I'm going to adjust an alarm. And hopefully having that, I'll be able to tell my brain to wait for it. At least that's the hope. I will see what happens. Alrighty, this morning, being Tuesday, it is Read and Corrects. For those who are new to this is when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. It is something that I record, so while it is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said while I'm recording will be addressed when I'm done. Usually takes 20 minutes, in that range. So yeah. Wait. Okay, I get what happened. How did I not hit the right button? How did I not hit that button? Huh. Could have sworn I hit it. Just realized that I had not transitioned to my work screen. Okay, did I make other mistakes? Is it looking? Yeah, that's looking good. I so need another cover for this. Right now I'm using the same cover I made for all the books, because I suck at that kind of stuff and I don't like doing it. So, and I also don't have the money to get someone to do it. Alrighty, so I am going to start this by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 21 of The Engineer's Family. The words and Jer's expression on seeing Temirig Dure Yimalo Stagog in his arm told Gragaran this would be more complicated than an explanation. But before he could ask for detail, the administrator spoke. Explain yourself, Yarsh. Niatila Kari got me to take that away from the cubs before it stole one, and it was doing something to the quiet cub. She glanced at the door, then focused on them. I told you the alpha was coming with his heart to see if one of our cubs would suit them. The male frowned. What does that have to do with this? Everything, she explained in exasperation. The male you're treating worse than a Halan is his heart. The male snorted. There's no way someone like him would have that for... Gregory Funny was growling, but the small weight kept him from tensing. He had tolerated the insults directed at Jer because, as unacceptable as the behavior was, he didn't expect everyone he met to know his heart wasn't human. But he'd been told... But the male had been told, and he still wouldn't think of him correctly. What would make you think? What? What would make you think? Make you think he'd steal Rudium Tamer Ashimakor away? The administrator asked, rubbing a temple. He held the cubs, and the cub, Jeremy said, Rudium Tamer Ashimakor took my finger. You can't believe anything The male turned to face them, and Gugran locked eyes with him, silencing him. Ears folding back in fear. He took your finger? She asked. Yes, I was offering to take him with us in space, and he grabbed it. I don't know if it means he does or doesn't want to go there with us, but he is who took my finger. I would never touch a cub without his permission. He looked at Garan. I know we said one cub, Growl, but you didn't see his eyes, how empty they are. He's dying inside, and they aren't doing anything for him. We did everything we can. Everything we do. We did everything we can. We could, you know what? No, it's dialogue. We did everything we can for him, she said defensively. But he hasn't spoken or told us what happened to him. He doesn't let anyone get close. Do you at least know about the accident that took his mother? Yes. The rescue team that found them told us of the situation, but how do you know? If you'd sat with him for 5 minutes, you'd have known. Jer, Grogran warned at his heart's voice. And darkened expression. He closed his eyes and breathed. He's recreated the accident with toys. I think, the minister said, that we should take this to my office. Yarsh, return to your duties. We are going to talk about this later. I have to go back to him, Jer said. I promised him I'd be right back. I'm not going to lie to him. I'll tell him I'm just going to speak with you and that I'll be back afterward. She nodded, and he went into the room. She tapped the control before the door closed and watched Jer. Garan stepped so he could watch over her. Jer sat before a cub of no more than 6. When he motioned in her direction, the cub grabbed his finger and latched onto it. She startled. He's never done that? He won't touch. Okay. He won't touch or let anyone touch him. He fought the wash attendant that first evening. It's procedure to watch them because we don't know what they've been through before arriving here. We don't want a new cub to spread parasites to the others. A shower with the proper soaps will take care of anything in the fur. He shed blood, and for any other shower he was left to wash, although under supervision until we were certain he would. When Jer stood, the cub still held his finger. He spoke, crouched, and seemed to try to come across as comforting, but the cub tightened defensively. She watched but didn't comment. When Jer stood again, the cub stood with him and walked at his side, not letting go of the finger. He won't let go. I think I took too long. He's afraid I'm not coming back. Since you have him moving, he said, I don't think he'll be a problem if he comes with us. Her office was large, with space for a play area with toys and couches to watch, as well as another in the opposite corner. She sat at her desk, and Jer looked at the seats facing her before sitting on the edge of one. The cub, Rudium Tamer Ashimet Kor, sat on the floor without letting go of his finger. Gagran sat on the other, rolling back and holding the cub tenderly. She didn't even mew at the motion. First, I'm sorry for how you were treated, but the fault is with me. With how, with how in the media you have both been, I took for granted everyone on staff would know you are an Earther. Yarsh is quite protective of our charges. You're on short name basis with him, Jer stated. We look after cubs. We often have to interact in family-like situation. It doesn't take long before we think of each other as such. Jer nodded to and then looked down at the cub. Growl, I know. We'll make it work, he said. He couldn't deny Jer rescuing someone he felt needed it. The mention of the eyes reminded him of something his heart had told him about his own hardships, the despair that gripped him before the offer to work on Einstein. Thank you. He looked at the administrator. Did you at least have a counselor speak with him? You said you have one who comes, right? Yes, and he did see Iridium Tamer Ashimakor, but there is little he can do if the cub won't speak. Can't you get a mentalist then? They could at least tell you why he's like that, like this. We can't afford one of them, let alone one who'd have the training to understand a cub's mind. Jill looked at him. Leia doesn't charge. She's part of the crew. She's paid through the ship's accounts to help anyone there who needs it. She is well paid. He added to ensure Jer understood she didn't give away her skills. What can you tell us of what happened to him? Their hover failed, she said. Wait, should we be talking about this with him here? Jer asked. She stared at him, and Gagran had to pull from Earther movies more than what Jer had told them. Earthers are cautious with their cubs. I don't have enough information to say if it's warranted or not, but as a species, they are far more protective of them than we are. I know you wouldn't leave a cub to suffer, Jer said. We wouldn't, she replied, but Rudium Tamer Hashimakor has already experienced it. And once we had the information, the counselor told him about it. So he already knows what I'll say. Oh, okay. The investigation showed the failure wasn't accidental. Something outside disrupted the anti-gravity elements. The fall wasn't from high, and the injuries from it weren't severe. The examination of her body indicates she was in a fight afterward. That is what caused her death. As far as I'm aware, those responsible haven't been found. Iridium Tamer Ashimakor was found hiding among the pylons waiting to be put up. The rescuers were confident that hiding like that is what kept him alive, or at least free. There's Theirs weren't the first hover to be brought down like that. Jer looked up from the cob, his eyes wet. Thank you. Now, adopting two instead of one isn't going to cause much difficulty. You are a successful captain, an alpha, and you a beta and technician on a ship with a good reputation. I will need to see the ship's account to confirm they won't be a strain on you, but I expect that to be in your favor. I'll contact the ship's accountant so he can send them to you as of when we docked. They don't have to be that recent if they will be. He is meticulous about keeping them up to date. All right, then I'll also contact people who can give me reference to your character. It's procedure, I'm afraid. Even with your reputation, Alpha, I can't forego that step. Who will that involve? Depending on who was contacted, it could be problematic. Friends, colleagues, superiors, groups you've interacted with in regards to contracts you fulfilled. I was afraid of that. I was under the impression your reputation was warranted. I'm on bad terms with the leadership. I wouldn't put it past them to make my life difficult by complicating the adoption. I see. Well, there are only one of the many groups we'll query. We will also talk with your alpha. If the leadership is the only group speaking poorly of you, I don't expect it to affect our decision, which we should reach in no more than a month and a half. You said your ship is at the yard for some time still, so I expect you'll have your cubs well before you are ready to leave. Why so much time? Jer asked, sounding worried. The cub, who'd relaxed, looked to be closing in again. We can't afford instant communication. We don't have agreement with any of the relays, and if what your heart says about the leadership is true, I doubt we could appeal to them for a special case, and I'm not sure I understand the hurry. Rudium Tamer Ashimakor isn't taking well to the idea he won't be leaving with us. Any tighter, and his hand might cut the circulation in my finger. I'm afraid there's little I can do about how long it will take. We have to properly vet prospective parents, no matter how well regarded they are. One exception, because of someone like your heart, and others of a standing will demand the same. Can I visit until then? He looked down. Would that be okay, Rudium Tamer? Whoa, Tamer. Tamer Ashimakor? I could come every day and spend time with you. I would have to leave, but I'll be back the next day. She'll she stepped around the desk and crouched next to the cub. You'll spend two shifts with him each day. You'll both have time to get to know each other, and you'll have your courses and sleep during the other shifts. So you'll barely notice when he isn't there. Jer sat on the floor. You'll have to get used to me going away. I have shift work on the ship, and I have duties as a beta that will take me away. It is going to be like that, okay? This is going to be like that, okay? It seemed difficult for the cub, but he released Jer's finger. Is it okay if I escort him to the playroom? Do you want me to take you back? The hand closed on the finger again, and Jer chuckled. You can take him to his room because he can't be touched. He has his own room. He has to do okay, I think that leads to a change down the road. He has to do class work before his time at our centers. He has to do classwork before his time at our center starts. You can show me to your room. You're sad, and they stood, and the cub led him away. I'll visit. Um, I'll visit Temirik Dure Yimelo Stagug as well, Gurion said, pulling himself out of the seat, but not daily. A captain is never entirely off duty. I understand, and I'll make certain everyone here knows about your heart. There won't be a repeat of today, I promise. He nodded. Outside her office, she called someone over to take the cub to the nursery. Then he headed to the hover where he waited for Jer. When he joined him, he was pensive and quiet until they were in the air. He hugged me. He let me hug him. That's good. Thing that he's not letting them touch him because he can feel they don't care. They do care, Chair. I guess. But not the way I do. He wiped at his eyes. Fuck. You don't know how much it hurts to leave him there. I'm I'm his letter. And he has to hope I'll come back. I don't know how I'd have managed if that letter had been a maybe we'll consider you for a position instead of a we would be honored to have you work here. But you will be back. It might be hard on him, but you will be taking him with you. The gods will see to it. Jerk chuckled. You are that confident in that. You are that confident, aren't you? They meddled on his behalf so you'd find him. The gods don't leave the work half done. I'm not saying there won't be problems, but in the end, both of them will be coming with us to the Bane. That concludes chapter 21 of the Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon and Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Angel. Thank you very much. Niati Lakari is a mouthful. Yes. Yeah, Kalsarian names tend to be a mouthful simply because I bash keyboards. And then I will, well, okay, I know I don't quite bash keyboard, but I kind of hit keys randomly and see how it looks like, make adjustments, and yeah. Trust me, I'm a little annoyed at myself for deciding that they were going to have long names and making them like that. And how are you doing today, Angel? You are good. I am glad to hear that. Oh, right. I don't need both of them. I just need this one. The 9th becomes the 11th. failed. Why did you fail? Why did you fail? Mm, 326. That's one. Error. ID. Request. Yeah, that doesn't. Content outdated. Line 26. Oh. No, that's 635. It's the same dimensions. Why did you fail? Or is that just your usual being difficult thing? Well, let's try it again. Unknown error. Okay, I'm not going to. Wait, no, except that. So that this removes. Let's confirm that it does. Yeah, that removes any formatting. So I have to use this. Why do I? Because that keeps the formatting. And then if I do that, now it keeps the formatting. Oh, I don't remember. I don't understand. Why do I have this? Oops. Well, I'll see. Look at that. That's done. Alrighty, so I will start another one by confirming the microphone is on. You are. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 22 of The Engineer's Family. Getting his address had been simpler than Jeremy expected. He'd enter his long name in the planetary database, and he'd been the only one to return. Then it had been nothing more than to borrow one of Gradgran's family hover and fly halfway across the planet. Rome had offered to keep him company for the hours-long trip, but Jeremy had declined. His plan included spending the night so they could head to the orphanage early, and he wasn't comfortable bringing someone his friend wouldn't know. Of course, a lot hinged on his agreement to help, on his agreeing to help him, not his, him, on him agreeing to help. He should have contacted him and explained the situation, but then they would have agreed to meet up there, and he doubted they'd have much energy left afterward to enjoy each other's company. It had been years since he spent time with him. The house was smaller than Pars and Mars. Its height made Jeremy think it only had one floor, and the large windows were far apart. He wondered how many lived there. His friend had mates, but Jeremy didn't recall how many. They also didn't have much of a lot, as Calcarian would measure things. The houses on each side was no more than a quarter of a kilometer away, and it as was the one behind and in front. Houses sprawled as far as he could see. Houses sprawled like that as far as he could see as he landed. Some had pools, other copses of trees, some sand, while others only grass. He hadn't seen delineation, so he couldn't assess the size of each lot. There were no hovers in the landing lot, but there was a storage building on the side for them. He should have checked he'd be home. He was here, might as well get on with it. He tapped the announce panel and waited. The young male who answered the door had mottled brown, black, and white fur, but his eyes were blue. Well, hello there, he said, looking Jeremy over and licking his lips. Before he could comment, the male looked over his shoulder. Dad, this one's definitely for you. He leaned against the frame. I'm Aorotami Armetiarok Ashtamish. Tell me what I have to do to get to call you by the shortest version of your name possible. Jimmy's face burned at the forwardness. Hayes, the male said, what have I told you about leaving visitors outside? Get out of the way so... The young male did. Jer! Quirk hugged him tightly, rubbing his muzzle against his cheeks. How have you been? How are you doing? He stepped back and looked him up and down. You looked healthy. Being a hunter agrees with you. And you look... He trailed off. Looking at his friend, he seemed thinner, except he wasn't fat to start with. Did you trim your fur? Dad made himself pretty for someone, the youth said. Please tell me I'm not intruding. Quirk laughed. That was 5 days ago. Fur takes a while to grow back. I'm trying to convince him to keep it trimmed. He brings home more guests that way. Hayes, Quirk threatened and looked at Jeremy. Come on in. What brings you over? The entryway was long and had poked along the side where it opened into a room. 8 heads, 4 female and 4 males, some young, others older. I'm here to ask your help with something, but it's not so urgent. You can't introduce me to your family. You have come up in recountings, so they're curious. That is nowhere near what I am. Hayes, don't be impolite. We have a guest. Go make yourself useful and cut meats for us. With another lustful look, the youth walked off. Forgive him. He takes after his mother. And she's sorely disappointed you aren't interested in females. One of the 2 older ones said, you may address me as Carissa Tami Prod Turaka Cretimia. And don't let you convince you our son's horniness is solely my fault. He had a strong part in making him. Despite how his face burned, Jeremy spoke. I remember how enthusiastic you can be. All right, let's move this to a room where we'll have space and I'll do the introductions. In the living room, 6 more waited, 1 adult in a seat and 5 at different stages of cupboard, with the youngest sleeping on the male's lap. Everyone, this is Beta Jeremy Bradshaw of the Viper's Bane, heart to the Alpha and Captain of the Viper's Bane, Grogarancel and Ravnir. Then he introduced everyone in his family, and Jeremy did his best to remember names. Is it improper to ask which cub is whose? He asked, sitting in the center of a couch. They're all ours. The male in the seat. Vericater Ramna Kilo Tripanixa answered, if we aren't biologically related, we are Creseric. And you don't make a distinction when it comes to thinking of them as yours? We don't. I know some families do. Those I know like that are because only one of the parent loves the Creseric. So it creates a distance between them and the others. We all love each other here, so we all love each other's cubs equally. Sure, a young female said. That's why you dote over him so much, father. An older female nuzzled the younger one. You don't remember how impossible it was to pull him away from you when you were that age. That's all. She sat next to Jeremy and leaned against him, then tensed. Is this okay? Q talked about Earthers how Earthers have odd standards when it comes to being social. Jeremy chuckled and raised his arm, inviting her in. I'm fine with platonic contact of all kind. He eyed the young male, returning with a large tray. It's the sexual kind I'm more selective with. I'll make sure to show you I'm worth it. I don't think there could be anyone as bad. I didn't think there could be anyone as bad as Rome, Jimmy muttered. You'll have to introduce me. The male said, placing a tray on the low table. Plates with meat. Plates of? Yeah, plates of meats and bowls of sauces covered it. May I serve you? I'll take any meat on a plate, he added preemptively, Rome having tricked him once. And if there's something spicy in the sauces, if, and if one of the sauces is spicy, I'll take that. He placed the bowl on a plate and handed it to him, his fingers lingering on Jeremy's glove. Here, Queric handed Jeremy a bowl with green paste on it. Thank you. I need more vegetables than you do, he told the others. Queric took a plate, and placed a bowl on it before curling up against Jeremy. Now, what help do you need? Me and Grell are adopting. That got him more confusion than he had expected. Is that something you're against? I know some of the older folks have issues with helping the weak. I will say, Queric said, that it isn't something I or we have ever considered, but I don't believe anyone here is against it. Some of the shakes of the heads were tentative. It's really not an idea that seems natural to you. The female faltered. We are species made to be strong and survive, Queric said. The Carcetarons encouraged us to see that it didn't mean we needed to be. The Carcetarons, okay, that's going to be plural to start with, encouraged us to see that it didn't mean we needed to be that in the singular, but few of us find themselves in a position to be exposed to that, to what it needs, to what it means. But you've all had to go to medical, right? Yeah, but it's medical. Everyone goes there, even cubs. But the idea that orphan cubs could also do with rescuing doesn't register on the same level? Shakes of the head and shrugs from the younger ones. That is so weird to me. Earthers put more of an emphasis on helping those weaker. Different gods will make different people. Craig's mate said. Yeah, they will. He didn't feel like getting into that discussion here. The cub I'm adopting suffered a trauma, and the orphanage hasn't been able to get anything out of him. They can't afford a mentalist, but I thought you might be able to help. Jer, I'm not trained to work with cubs. I'm not trained to work on trauma either. You helped me. I was the only one there who could. You're the only one I can ask. I was thinking of asking Leah, but Growl pointed out that at her rank, she's going to be busy here. His friend nodded. She's among the strongest mentalists in her field. I won't be surprised if resting will be difficult for her. And I am willing to try, Jer. I just want you to be aware of my limitations. My training is in diplomacy. That is a different set of skills from helping a cub who has been traumatized. I get that. I'm not expecting you to fix anything. I just like a sense of what he's going through. You feel a kinship to him, a similar pain. That's the problem I'm hoping to avoid. I doubt our pain is the same. No, I know it's not the same. Mine came from brainwashing, forcing me to. Mine came from the brainwashing, forcing me to act against who I am, while his comes from losing his mother, possibly watching her be abused and then killed. I'd like as much information as I can have, so I won't start assuming that what helped me will help him. Yes, I will see what I can do, Queric said. Thank you. Are you okay with us going there in the morning, and can I spend the night? You'd better say yes, Thad. There were rolls of the eyes and folding of the ears. I think I'm going to have you sleep alone, Hayes. Quick replied. Come on, Dad, I'll behave. Yes, and I can sense how you intend to that behaving to be. Hence, you're sleeping alone, or at least not in the same bed as our guest. The young male sighed. Don't ever have a mentalist as a parent, he told Jeremy. They are no fun. The other youth nodded agreement. I promise, Dad, on Teruxamian's name, that I will not do anything toward our guest, unless he asks me. He added as Queric started nodding. It's the best you're getting, Q. His mate said, let him win this one. Don't let him talk you into anything you don't want, Queric told Jeremy. He grinned and fixed his gaze on the young male. I'm a hunter. I can handle a youth who thinks he's entitled to everything he desires. The gods might have made you to hunt, but they never promised you a victory. Remember that. Jeremy wasn't fully awake. He knew that. The night with Crick had been as fun as he remembered the previous ones to be, and the others had also had their fun, which had encouraged his friend, and Jimmy wasn't sure how much sleep he'd gotten. What he knew was that after finding the toilet reserved for guests, he needed coffee. So he'd come to the food prep area and realized he'd left his kit at Growl's. He stared at the printer, debating how badly he needed it. The nuzzling and hands on his stomach had him moaning, the male pressed against his back. Can I ask you a question? Jimmy asked. The answer is yes. Arotami Mitiarok Ashtamish whispered, You can do whatever you want to me. He nuzzled his ear. Please? Jimmy could feel the erection and was impressed. The male had self-restraint. Nothing in how he spoke indicated he understood the word, but he hadn't made a move on Jeremy the entire night, no matter how enticing him and Queric having sex had to have been, and now he did nothing more than hold him and plead. Why Hayes? Names get shortened with familiarity, but no matter how I shorten yours in my head, he hurried to add, and the male chuckled, I can't get that one. Okay, this needs to be adjusted. It's more of a nickname than my short name. Uh, da, 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 da. Actually, there's no. No, I'm gonna have to leave it like that. All right. It's more of a nickname than my short name. There was a try at calling me Trip for the three A's, but in the end, A's is what stuck. If I tell you my short name, will you use it? You might be able to convince me to shorten it to two of your names, no more. Not yet, anyway. I have a chance. Jeremy turned and faced him. Their faces were close enough. He thought the male might rub his muzzle against his cheek. I like my friends to know what control means. Letting loose is a lot of fun, but it can't be the only thing you know. You're showing me you have restraint, and that gets you a bit of shortening. Not enough for sex, though. Also, remember, I'm heading back to space, and I'm not spending the rest of my time here. I have my mate to return to. I can visit. Jeremy started to protest, then stopped. As worrisome as the two of them in the same room was, there was some entertainment to be had when he and Room met. I'll check with my mate and his family. If they agree, you can come when your father visits. You won't regret it. The smile promised he would if Jeremy let him act on his hormones. If I don't, you might get yourself a further shortening of names. Without the administrator to accompany him in Queric, Jeremy had to handle the signing in with the clerk. She was the definition of professionalism. When he asked, she told him that Rodium Tamer Ashimakor was in the Cubs playroom. Absolutely no one even glanced at him as they headed there, but Queric kept frowning each time one passed them. Their stress spikes when they see you, and they only relax once they are away. Did something happen? There was some confusion about my right to be here when me and Graal came. They'd been told he was with his heart, but they all assumed I'd be Kelserian. I had to get physical with one of them, and the administrator promised to have a talk with everyone. They've been like that since. Da, 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 da. Let's imply that this is not the first time. I can't tell if you carried through with how you feel about the mail. I didn't. Grout arrived before I'd settled on anything. My anger built afterward as I thought of all the ways the mail could have caused Rudium Tamer Ashimakor pain in the process of trying to remove me. You know, holding on to that anger isn't helping. Jer. And once I have him away from here, away from any chances anyone might take out their dislike of me on him, then I'll lower my guard. Then you at least want to calm down before you reach him. Cubs are more perceptive than you think. I thought you weren't trained for cubs. I'm not, but I have raised two of them before my time in space came. Jimmy nodded and forced himself to breathe. Rudy was safe now that he was here. He couldn't control what happened when he was away, and he had to trust the administrator. He had to trust the administrator that no one. He had to trust the administrator would ensure no one here would hurt him, no matter what else they might feel. He opened the door. Rudy was in the same spot as his previous visit, with the upturned hover and the block representing the pylons he'd hidden among. The figurine representing his mother wasn't by the hover this time. He sat before the cub and offered him his hand. Hello, Rudium Tamir Hashimakor. He took his fingers but remained silent. This is my friend, Queric Regal Ormidore Remitar. Do you mind if he sits with us? The shrug was almost imperceptible. Jeremy Queric sat with the cub in silence. And that concludes chapter 22 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Boy. Okay, so it was not the blank text that caused the problem. All right. Alrighty. I am going to start another one by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 23 of The Engineer's Family. Gregoran quickly placed the cub doll down on the diaper he'd already set on the toilet counter and hurried to close it around her midsection. The advice he'd read said to be quick. Actually, you know what? Had been. The advice his siblings had given him had been to be quick because cubs that young could scramble away much quicker than the new parents. If it's going to be than he expected. Little Temirik Dure Yimelo Stagog hadn't been that lively in his visits, with her mostly sleeping in his arms, but he didn't want to be unprepared for that first time. He undid the diaper, picked up the doll, and went again. After the sixth time, he decided he had the hang of it and put the doll back on it in its box. Dropped it back. He'd drop it back at his uncle's on the way to meet Tom. The diaper he put back with the others. It was still usable. How'd it go? Room asked as he exited, startling Gralgaran. He laughed. Never thought I'd ever surprise the great Gralgaran Salavnir. You didn't? You surprised a father to be Gralgaran the Worried, and it went fine. You should get one of those animated dolls. I hear they're much better at training parents to catch their cubs before they can get into places they shouldn't. No one has one to lend me. And I'm not spending money on something I'll only use for a few days. Can I come? You don't need me to go to the city. But Tomirim is going to be there. You don't need me to hang out with him. You're on a short enough name basis. You can just contact him and arrange to visit. But you're already going for work. I have to find pilots for the new fighters the Bane is getting, and he has contacts. He has contacts everywhere, it seems. An advantage of his family being in the back rooms. Now, I need to shower and get going. Make yourself pretty for your friend, Room teased, making myself presentable for people I might hire onto my ship. When you're in the charge of the forest, you'll see that you can't just walk to such meeting in yesterday's dirty vest and pants. I'll walk into them not wearing anything and take care of the problem. Mars hears you planning that and he'll box your ears in. You won't be my boss. By then I'll be in charge. Like that's going to stop him. He put too much work into the forest to let you cause it to fall in disarray. Now go pester someone else. I have to shower. I wouldn't have dressed this well if I'd known we were coming to a place like this, Gagarin told his friend. I told you we were going to visit a pilot's club. What in that phrase warned me we were going to one of the less desirable part of this city. Items and rotting food were piled against the walls, and those odors were fighting against the noxious vapors coming from the alleys, and people looked at the two of them as if they might be their next meal. That's fair. I guess I'm too used to it to mention it. I can imagine you in a place like this. Tom smiled and gave his neck a quick nuzzle. That's because you only know the nice side of me. I can be wild, you know. He pointed to a discolored door in a polycarbonate wall that somehow, looked to be rotting. It's there. Will the structure remain standing? Tom shrugged. It has for the last 150 years. It should for a few hours. He entered and immediately was kept from from continuing by a massive female. No groundlings allowed. If you aren't flying something, go drink elsewhere. Pilot Torimi Mortaral Jalraso Mikari Rioteras. I don't use his long name often enough. You need me to swipe my credentials or take you for a ride you will never forget. She snorted. I still remember that last one, Tomerimo. Him? It's not enough he's with me? She looked Gralgran over. He might need to take me for a ride to prove he belongs here. He didn't reply. This was Tom's world. He took Growl's arm. Oh, you are so unlucky. He only does that with males, but I can tell you he's very good. This is Captain Gralgaran Selalavnir of the Viper's Bane. You shitting me, the Bane? She hugged him. I have family on Yevnirak. I owe you for keeping them safe. It was a group effort. Yeah, well, I'm not seeing them here, so whatever you want, if the bar has it, you're welcome to it. She stepped out of the way. Go on in. The room beyond felt cramped. Not quite claustrophobic, but not large enough to accommodate the tables and people sitting at them. Greetings flew as they saw Tom. No short names, though. You'd think that in over a century they'd have expanded. Gregran commented. Tom chuckled. You ever look into a fighter? Never had a reason. You've seen one from the outside, though. You did come to the hangar bay while we had some. Of course I did. Did you notice they are all on the small side? It's the outside. They can't afford to provide fighter pilots with a lot of comfort, so they end up being cramped. Nothing Earther-like, but it takes a special special breed of Kelserans to willingly sit in one of them and close the cockpit. You? Tom shook his head. Tried. Back at the academy, I made it 5 minutes before I was punching the glass to be let out. Over there. Laughter exploded at the table he pointed. 7, 4 females, 3 males. One noticed them as they approached, and Tom waved. The male looked Gregran, then looked at. Gregran then hurried to stand. Captain, the male greeted. He chuckled. Not at the moment. You may address me as Gralgaran Selaravnir. The female choked on her drink, staring at him. He's the captain of the ship that took me in after the Ijmahar was destroyed, the male told the others. You didn't tell us you'd been on that ship. The female said, That's the God's hunter. No, I'm not, Gurgen said. I'm no one special. Liar, Tom said, grinning. But he is modest. So best not spread around he's here. They made space. Please sit, the male said. You may address me as Karkis Yerimalt Promar Voshet. He introduced the others. Whatever you want to drink, my treat. You know what I like, Karkis? Tom said. I'll have the weakest Yobji you have. I thought the God's Hunter was a great drinker, the female said as the male left. The ballads they lie, he said. We haven't authorized any production company to make hunter ballads. Those you saw are amateur production and they are exaggerated. A lot. And they exaggerate a lot about everything. You're clearly on short name basis with him. Tomeri Mortoral Gerasso Micario Tiras, she said. How's his sexual prowess? Oh, Are his sexual prowesses that exaggerated in the ballads? Just a little, Tom replied, and Gregory glared at him. I am neither endowed like he is, nor do I have the Arthur stamina they portray him with. At least they don't have him in bed with females. So you haven't seen that one, she said, grinning. I'd rather not have seen any of them, but a certain someone said he wanted my opinion on their accuracy. After the 4th, he threatened to never let me back in his bed, Tom said. Why don't you sue them? She asked. He sighed. They don't claim he's me. They don't claim to be portraying real hunts. Everything is implications and having the characters look close enough to those involved. I checked with an adjudicator after he forced me to suffer through them, and unless I can demonstrate they are purposefully portraying me, she didn't think it was worth her time. The male returned and handed each their drinks. What brings you to our little club? He chuckled light. Little was the right word. I'm in need of pilots, and Tom said he knows qualified ones. Are only those he knows being considered? The female asked. No, I'll speak with anyone interested. I'll look over credentials, but I won't stand being aggrandized. I am a captain, an alpha. I have many successful hunts behind me. What I am not is chosen by the god. We are all Turuksamian's children. But every father will play favorite, she said, smiling. I can't stop their meddling, but I still, wow, won't be made into someone I'm not. If the character from those ballads is who you're hoping you will work for, you are going to be disappointed. Everyone at the table already had their tablets out, and he took out his as well. Having to pick 6 out of 7 wouldn't take that too long. Within 5 minutes, of asking his first question to Palatkarkis Yerimalt Promar Jorfset, people were lining up, tablet in hand, to offer their services. Ah. Gregran exited the hover to the house's outside illumination. Tom moved under his arm and he tightened it. Thank you for setting this up. He was tired. And the headache was only now fading after the hour flight. 47 candidates he'd have to go through over the next weeks. I'm glad you don't think it was torture. I didn't expect the rest of the club to want to submit their application. I wasn't even thinking about the table until she brought it up. I spent time with Carcass on the way back, so I know how good of a pilot he is. I already told you those I know won't fit how you do things. I had 3 more places planned after this. If I can't find 6 psych profiles among them I'm happy with, we can do another place, but we're going earlier. I was not planning on being back this late. Tamarim, Par greeted them. Such a pleasure to see you again. They hugged. Same, Parkular. Did you wear Groll out? I thought you were just going to interview a few pilots for your ship. A few turned into an entire club of them. I just want to fall into bed. You want to go by the living room first. Jer's there with a friend of yours. Mars is keeping them company. I'm going to bring meats and sauces. He headed there, wondering who Jer could have found he also knew. Of course, Mars said, I'd be happy to book you and your family for a hunt. We have 3 herds about to reach culling age. Do you have a preferred animal? No, I can't say that I do. A familiar voice answered, I'm curious to see how different your setup is from the forest. How differently set up your forest is from the one my family usually hunts at. Where? Grogran called, and the male pulled himself out of the couch. Growl, it's good to see you. What are you doing here? He asked, hugging him and then pulling him away. You're trimmed. I like it. Quare chuckled. Don't get used to it. I'm letting my fur grow back in. Maintaining this is too much work. Jer joined them, and he added him, then Tom. I thought the plans was to visit the orphanage and return him to his home. It was, and we made it back. Then someone begged very hard to be able to meet your brother, and I figured you'd want to see Quare as well. My son, Quare said. Quite enjoyed what Jer said of your brother. I plan on introducing you, but they've yet to return. I wouldn't expect to see them until tomorrow, Jer said. Yarotami Mitiarok Ashtamish will easily be able to keep up with him. Someone can keep up with Haru? Par said. I may have to ask how much to have your son move in and keep mine out of trouble. If the troubles you're worried about are sexual, I'm afraid Hayes would only go along with whatever your son plans. His brains has yet to move up from his cock. Don't remain standing, she said, placing the trays on the low table. The couch is large enough for the four of you. How was the visit? Gradgrind asked, letting himself fall back, then stretching. Jer was next, then Queer, then Tom. It may not have been as productive as Jer hoped. Even with me warning him I'm not trained with cubs, Rudium tamer ashmita core stroma isn't okay. It may not have been as productive as Jer's hoped. Even with me warning him I'm not trained with cubs. Rudium tamer ashimat core stroma isn't so deep that I don't think he can learn to function around it, but I can't tell you how to best help him. He has definitely taken a liking to Jer. There's something I couldn't quite identify, but he doesn't see him as a stranger, which, even after the visits, I'd expect to still be there. But that's the extent of what I could work out. Thanks for doing that much, Jer said, nuzzling into the male's neck. Now, Par said, handing them plates of meats and sauce. Since I have new points of view on Jer, how would you describe your time in bed with him? Jer groaned into Queer's fur, and Gradgrind comforted him as best as he could. Comforted him as best as he could, as quite complimentary descriptions of the sex Tom and Queer had with him were given to his mother. And that concludes chapter 23 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon and Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, let's try that again. Actually, no. Failed again. Hey, Strap Snake. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Okay, is it done? You are doing well. Very cool. I am good. Thank you very much. I guess I accessed that from a different computer. And what are you up to today, Strapped Snake? Watching streams while working. Oh. I hope the boss doesn't find out. As for me, I am doing this morning read and corrects, which is an editing process for me. Basically, I read a chapter out loud. I find that I hear mistakes better than I read them. I am recording them so I can upload them later. Which means that while I am doing that, I'll be ignoring the chat. Anything said while I record will be addressed when I'm done. Usually take about 20 minutes to do a recording like that. It's not involved, or usually not involved. Some chapters have required more work than others. And I'm going to. Am I an author? Yes, I am. I am indeed an author. I write my own books. I also have to edit them since I can't afford an editor at the moment. If you are interested, there they are. Those are my books. But yes, I am going to start another recording by confirming the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. Today, we are doing the September 5th chapter for Harker, and this is a Colby chapter. The room was more auditorium than Colby didn't know what he'd expected. Even after the orientation, the orientation speech and radiance, talking about them being taught to be heroes, he still hadn't worked out what that meant. He still seemed to be stuck on the idea they'd pit each of them against the other, and use that to determine who graduated. He sat in a middle row, and others arrived. He hadn't been the first, but among them, among the first dozen. Eh, the first. I just need the. He hadn't been the first, but among them. That's going to be sufficient. But among them. Hey, Aaron said, sitting next to him. How are you doing? He shrugged. He wasn't sure there was any how he was doing. He had to get through this. He was no longer dreading it, but a that was a long way from, he didn't know. Thinking this was for him. I so can't wait to get fighting training. Aaron said, I'm good. Well, decent. My father's hired trainers to teach me moves, but normies can only do so much when they can't take a hit from me. You know, he didn't. But he didn't think it mattered. He wasn't looking forward to fighting. He'd do it, but to train, and if he had to help outside. But he wasn't a fighter. He was a rancher. Hey, we're going downtown after class. Do you want to come? His reflex was to refuse. He didn't want to cramp their styles. Aaron and his brothers knew how to have a good time. He'd experienced that firsthand. But Aaron's hand on his thigh was, and the way he looked at him, okay, you aren't going to regret it. The professor entered through the bottom of the door. Okay, I need to add something like that, because Landslide is kind of a somewhat, like he's visually someone, and this is what often happens in my first draft. I just stick to what actually takes place, and I've kind of described him. And headed for the podium. So how would Landslide dress? And I'm probably going to have to go back during the orientation, the welcoming thing, because to address how Landslide is dressed. Again, I don't think I barely described him. I'm going to leave it at that for now. That's enough. The professor entered through the door at the bottom of the classroom and headed to the podium. It looked small before the man made of rocks. The shirt and pads bulged where the stones protruded. Looking around, Colby estimated a third of the parahuman students were here. He knew strong men were the most common, but hadn't expected that many. Settle down, Landslide said, putting on glasses. Colby took his phone and readied himself to type. He hoped the professor didn't speak quickly. He wasn't practiced at typing. Aaron leaned in and lowered his voice. Can I? He nodded to Colby's phone, holding his own. He offered it. The professor was looking at the podium, swiping. Aaron touched it with his, and a new icon appeared. Voice-to-text transcription app. Art wrote it. Alex asked for it, but we all grabbed a copy. You won't have to worry about typing. He grinned. I suck at it. Thanks. Colby couldn't express how grateful he was. He hadn't gotten a lot of reason to practice writing at home. Messaging barely qualified as writing. All right, student, Landslide said, taking off his glasses as he looked up. We're going to start this class with a video. It's muted because I don't want the newscasters to tip you off as to what's going on. I want you to look and judge. I'm going to have a question for you afterward. He tapped the podium and the lights dim. Then the back wall shifted colors and he looked at firefighters working to keep. Okay. Ta, 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 ta. I don't like this wording. Working to keep the foreign. Controlling. Uh, of an apartment building. Okay, he looked at firefighters controlling the burning of an apartment building while a team of them with masks and air tanks headed in. He studied the scene. How would he act? He wasn't fireproof, but he was tough. He could pick up a burning log and take it out of the pit without being hurt. So he could run in, grab the windows on the first and second floor blew out, along with part of the wall. Part of the wall. He realized the camera jerked up, and there was also debris flying from the roof. He didn't know what could have exploded like that, or what he might be able to, do to help. The building was still standing, so that was good. He'd still be able to. Someone ran out of the building carrying people. He dropped them and ran back in. It wasn't like Adam, but the man didn't waste time. He was massive, bald, Caucasian. What he wore was form-fitting, black and yellow. Colby didn't see details, but he thought the yellow was in the form of an explosion on his chest. He exited again, leaving more people with the paramedics, and ran back inside. Twice more. Then he helped a firefighter out. The image froze. Colby was amazed. He didn't think he'd be able to do that much. Once he was sure he could, but the smoke would be a problem, so he'd need a mask. Maybe he could hold his breath for a long time? He'd never tested that. That is bombastic, Landslide said. One of the 3 heroes in the city of Madison, Wisconsin. He pulled out 4 families and 1 injured firefighter. Here's my question for you. Where did he screw up? Colby startled. How had their hero screwed up? He'd rescued over a dozen people. Yes, Mr. Lancaster. He didn't? He said tentatively. He did. Take my word for it. Somewhere in there, Bombastic screwed up. I want you to tell me where. Can we see it again? Of course. It replayed. This time Colby paid attention to when the camera jerked up and he saw something fall into the building. So that would have been Bombastic's arrival. Colby wouldn't do something like that. He wasn't much of a jumper. Mr. Orr. His arrival. Colby replied with confidence. How do you figure? Well, he didn't have to drop through the roof like that. Clearly, when he landed, it caused a shock wave. You can see the pieces of the wall flying off along with the windows blowing out. All right. Anyone else? He didn't go back after that firefighter? A woman said, how did he know there was no one else in there? And people talked, offering their opinions, arguing against what someone said. It reminded Colby of home. His phone wrote everything, every word, even those that overlapped each other. He knew Arthur was good at programming, but this was impressive. All right, that's enough. Landslide said. I think I've heard enough to say that Mr. Orr is the closest while still being incorrect. The video changed to a wider view. By how burned the apartment building was, it was sometime later. Okay. Uh, ba, 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 ba. Um, what was left of the apartment building? It was sometime later. 3 other buildings were also on fire. Had they been? Had they already been? Was this an arsonist? Bombastic's arrival sent burning debris into 3 other buildings, starting more fires. By the time they were noticed, Bombastic had been interviewed and left. He wasn't present to help with those fires. 6 dead, along with one of which is a firefighter, 12 burned. Then why do you say I'm wrong? Aaron said. Because clearly he screwed up by leaving, the woman replied in an insulting tone. Miss Nadika, you'll disagree politely, Landslide said. Yes, Professor. Sorry, Professor. And I said you are wrong, Mr. Orr, because his arrival, which started those fires, is a consequence of him screwing up, not the screw up itself. Anyone wants to hazard a guess now? The class remained silent. Bombastic screwed up when he didn't ask himself if the firefighters even needed his help. Come on! He rescued 4 families. Clearly, they needed his help. And because of his action, 6 people died. And how is it clear the firefighters needed his help? When in that clip did you see them struggling with the fire? How do you know that the firefighters who went in weren't in the process of gathering those families to bring them out? Bombastic screwed up is that he decided that because he has the power to help, he was going to help. But that's what we're here for, a woman had said. No, you are here to learn when you should help. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that under no circumstances are heroes to stay away from mundane incident. But if your intervention then leads to more damage, we need to ask the question, was it needed? You can't know they would have gotten all those families out, an angry sounding man said. You are correct, Mr. Patterson. I can't know. I'm made of stone, not prescience. What I do know is that if Bombastic hadn't intervened, 6 people would still be alive and 12 wouldn't be in intensive care at this time being treated for 3rd-degree burn. Wait, when did that happen? Yesterday afternoon. I thought it was from an archive or something. No, this is how widespread this problem is. I turned on the news yesterday evening and had my example for this class. If I'd wanted something more recent, there was a robbery in Granger, Wyoming 3 hours ago I could have used as an example. The news is rife with heroes causing unnecessary damage, either property or in lives, because they choose to intervene when they aren't needed. You all have great powers. Colby swallowed, as he couldn't shake the feeling the professor was looking directly at him. And because of them, you have to use great judgment in when you are going to use them. He tapped the podium and the video vanished. So, in this class, we are going to go over scenarios and we will discuss if you should act, and if so, how you should act. Professor? A too young sounding woman asked. Yes, Miss Bradley. Are we going to learn how to fight? Yes, Miss Bradley. Tuesday's class is about teaching you how to fight. And how are we? That will be addressed on Tuesday, Miss Bradley. The Friday class is theory and discussion on how you should apply that great power you possess. The hope is to sharpen your judgment so you won't pound each other into oblivion before the year is over. Now, a new video started. I want you to look at this scene and consider how and if you should intervene. Colby read and reread the passage. He wasn't going to be able to do this. It was the first chapter of his calculus book, and he already didn't understand anything of what it said. Did he have to pass the normal side of remain in the underground? Probably. How would he explain his presence if he made it through the next year, but if he made it through the next year, but hadn't? How did he explain? If he hadn't passed normal exams. Although he was part-time. Did that mean he wouldn't have to take the test until the end of year the end of year 2, the end of his second year? He still had to understand calculus to pass that. Hey, handsome, came from the entrance, and Colby scrambled off his bed, cursing, having forgotten the time. He didn't want, it sounded like Alex, to make Matthew uncomfortable. His roommate laughed. You need to get your eyes examined. Nope, I have perfect hot guy vision. Straight, Colby said, grabbing Alex's arm and pulling him along. Well, that's a shame. If you ever want to experiment, call me. Colby has my number. I missed how hot your roommate was in the chaos the last time. He straightened his suit. Looking sharp there, Cole. Almost think you were looking to impress someone. He had jeans on and a jeans shirt, his boots and a hat. They were new, part of what his mother had sent, but didn't think they were anything special. Outside, the minivan waited. It was odd to him they drove a minivan. That was the vehicle of middle-class families, not of wealthy ones. But it did speak to them being more normal than driving a giant SUV. Special guest coming through, Alex announced. Make room and make it special for him. Aaron was out of the back seat and patted the space next to Albert. He took it, then found himself squeezed against him as Adam basically appeared next to him, grinning. He was going to get caught one day. Arthur? He asked, realizing who was missing. Mr. Grumpy Pants is too good to go out and have fun with us, Adam said, busy building something or other. Boring. It was too bad. He'd miss him. No, that's where. It was too bad. He'd miss him. But whether Arthur enjoy himself as he liked, then feel miserable the whole time. And thinking of someone not seemingly enjoying himself, he squeezed Albert's thigh to get his attention. You okay? It wasn't like him to gaze out of a window and not participate in his brother's antics. Yeah, just thinking. Oh, the artist is thinking. More at 11. No, there's going to be news. News at 11. And in related news, Aiden said in a perfect news announcer's voice, it has now been 4 days since Albert has painted something. Scientists across the world have gathered to study the phenomenon and decide if it is an indication of the end of the world. Fuck off, Aiden. Albert snapped and Colby stared. Yeah, leave him alone, Anakin said from behind the wheel. Stress gets to everyone in different ways. I don't need you defending me, Annie. Colby squeezed his leg. Talk to me. Albert shook his head. First up, food. The food was good. A Texas steakhouse that did a decent ribeye. A ribeye. When Colby kept his order reasonable, Aaron told the waitress to double everything. He protested he couldn't afford that much food, and his friend told him, I don't need the ad. Yeah. Told him he wasn't paying for anything, but he was welcome to pay them back later. Not for us, Aaron said, exiting the bar with a rooster over the door. Well, you will like it, Alex, when When the site described this as a blue collar bar, they forgot to include older blue collar. No one's younger than our fathers in there. Any other places? And I can ask, if we're looking to score, it's Pittsburgh. We've already scored, Aiden said, resting against Colby. Then there's a bunch of dance club we can check out. ID, the woman behind the bar demanded, and Aiden handed her a $100 bill. What's that? She asked. Isn't it obvious? It's my ID. She sighed. You're from that new school, aren't you? Listen here. I run a proper establishment. That means I don't serve underage kids. I don't care what the drinking age is where you're from. And since that's what you pulled out, I figure it's 21 there too. He took a second bill out, smiling. Get out, she said tiredly, before I have Banner escort you out. Kobe grabbed his arm and pulled. I guess money doesn't speak as loudly in PA as it does back home, Alex said. Are there any other options? And I can ask, no offense, Colby, but I was looking to get hot on the dance floor before getting hot with you. No. No nodded. Hey, whoa, come back here. Get out. Okay, I don't know what I intended with that, but I don't need it. There's an underage club 3 blocks away, Adam said. Good music, good looking guys too. Girls are there as well. Not gay, but you never know. Colby looked for Adam's phone, then realized he'd actually gone to it and back. What are we, Aaron said, kids? Come on, an underage club? Really? I mean, I don't need them to be the age of Alex's conquest, but I'd like them to be my age. Ow! He rubbed the back of his head looking for the culprit before glaring at Adam on the other side of the group. Newsflash, dumbass, his speedster said. They're going to be 18, like us, or 19, or maybe, or 20. Might even be some 21 who don't have the confidence to leave the playground yet. So there's your adult in a club. You aren't going. Yeah. Okay. Let me try that again. They're going to be 18 like us, or 19, or 20. Might even be some at 21 who don't have the confidence to leave the playground yet. So there's your adult in a club. You aren't going to. In the club, you aren't going. Oh, there to a cup. There's your adult in the club. You aren't going there to hook up, but to have a good time. Fine, let's see what it's like. Colby stepped off the dance floor panting. He grabbed a Coke from the bar, then headed for the one brother who wasn't having a good time. Albert hadn't moved from the booth they'd claimed. He sat, then scooted against the lanky man. Talk to me. Albert shook his head. I'll help, he snorted, then let out a sob. Colby hugged him, and Albert lashed onto him. I don't know what to do, he whispered. Colby let him cry. Talk to me, he said when Albert moved away. Instead, he took his deck of cards and put one on the table. Chevalier. The drawing was a perfect copy of the character from the book covers. His cousin loved the series. Every time he was over, he didn't stop talking about it. He looked at Albert for an explanation. I can't animate her, he finally said. Colby frowned. He didn't know he didn't know much about Albert's power, but he'd seen him animate images before, even this one. Why? Because. What are you two conspiring about? Aiden said, dropping into the bench, and Albert hurried to put the cards away. What are you hiding? Did you draw porn? Shut up, Aiden, Albert snapped. Colby squeezed his friend's tie. Talk to him. No. Albert tapped on his phone. Albert, Colby urged. It's not his problem. Whose problem is it? Aaron asked, sitting and leaning against Colby. Problem? And I can ask, and behind him, Alex was leaving the dance floor. Before he sat, Adam went in his spot, looking innocent. With a roll of the eyes, he sat next to his brother. Albert needs us. I don't need any of you, he snapped and was stared at. Colby didn't know the brothers that well. But the one thing he'd already picked up was that they didn't push each other away the, the way Albert was doing. Not when they were fine. He squeezed. Talk to them. Yeah, Al, Adam said. Talk to us. Whatever's wrong, we'll help. Fine. He threw the deck of cards on the table. Whatever. The brothers cut the scattering cards before they fell off, then looked at the images on them incomprehendingly as they put the deck back together. I lost my power. Happy? They looked at each other, Alex gathering the last cards. Did someone do something to you? He placed the deck before Albert. No. Yes, I don't know. I just know that I haven't been able to animate anything since she talked with me because... Talk, Colby urged, and Albert took a breath. I can't animate them because I don't want to kill any of them. And that concludes the September 5th chapter for Colby. I need a better way of setting up. I have yet to work out how I'm going to do the chapter numbering or things or stuff like that. Right now, I'm just using the date mainly because I write some out of order, so this allows me to then put everything back in order, which is probably why I don't have a chaptering system yet. But if you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on my Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I will be right back. Hard. 11th? No, 12th. guess gotta pause that manually again. That's getting weird. You know what? No, I'm actually not going to do that. I'm gonna try it later. Maybe it's a period. Maybe they're just. I'm gonna try it a bit. The entryway hardly deserved the name. A wall on his right, half a wall on his left, barely a meter long. The apartment was open concept with the living room, dining room, and kitchen forming one large space. The ceiling was supported by two wooden posts on which Anita had traditional Samoan blanket hanging. The wall had landscapes hanging on them, reproduction of an artist she loved. I'll be right out, she called out from one of the two art doorways on the left wall. She was behind the one in the middle of the living room in a gigantic. Wait, what? She was behind the one in the middle. Two doorways. That's gonna. Two doorways on the left wall. She was behind the one in the middle of the living room. Okay, so what I'm setting up here is that okay, there's two doorways. Okay, so she was behind him. Ah, I'll be right out, she called from the closest of two doorways on the left wall. It led to the living room, and she was. She was in her gigantic bedroom, which is door. Ugh, the door of which? Whose door? Was in the center of the opposite wall. Eric had the sense she'd called to him when he'd knocked, telling him to come in, but he knew this was his imagination, or rather, his memory. He knew what this was. He had to get out of here. Any moment, Anita would come out of the bedroom wearing, what do you think? He looked up, his hand almost on the handle, and froze. She was leaning against the doorway wearing a sheer titty, arching her back and making her ample breast look larger. Eric tried to come up with something respectful to say. He was a smart man, and his mother had warned him women would try to distract him that way. Wow, was the smartest thing he managed to come up with. You look. Wow. She turned and rested her back against the frame, posing like the leading lady in a movie. Something about the pose felt off, but Eric was too busy admiring her silhouette and curves to think about that. He smiled, not quite believing that a voluptuous beauty like Anita wore frilly panties. His eyes snapped to her face. Admiring her breast was one thing. He definitely hadn't earned the right to look down there. This was only their fifth date. The guys he hung with in his youth in the gang called where he was in the relationship raising the ante. Although, based on how Anita was dressed, she might think they jumped past to the calling the game. Dinner? Eric cleared his throat. I mean, I thought we were going out for dinner. He had hoped to do that in a public space, had depended on it. He was terrified she'd freak out when he said what he had to say. She ran ahead, a hand down her side, stretching the teddy against her breast in the process. I thought you might want to dine in instead. She followed her hand, moving down with his gaze. He followed her hand, moving down with his gaze, his mouth going dry. She took a finger on the edge of the panty. Maybe start with dessert? No. She raised an eyebrow, her smile going from sensual to amused. Are you telling me this doesn't interest you? I really thought I'd gotten your measure by now. We need to talk, he cursed himself. He needed to slow down. He was bordering on panic. He really wished he was putting a Teleron computer back together right now. The 3,000 component machine was much simpler to handle than this would be. Talk? She chuckled. Really? Yes, talk. That had been more composed, barely. Eric, is something wrong? She sounded small. She covered herself with her arms and looked around for something. What happened? What? Had he said something wrong? She looked like he had. No, I'm not breaking up with you. Great Lord! He was back to panicking. We just need to talk. It's important. She looked at him, eyes wide, full of hope, more hope than he thought anyone could. I'm not proposing either. He slapped her hand out over his mouth. Shut up, Eric, before she decides you've gone nuts and kicks you out. Dear Lord, he whispered, I just can't manage this, can I? Goal. Get to the conversation without dying, having her strangle you, or break up with you. The plan formulated without his asking, as they almost always did. Thanks a lot. Couldn't offer something a little more concrete, could you? He did feel calmer. He took a breath and motioned to the couch. Anita, can we talk? I have something important to tell you. She nodded, then sat on one end, pulling the throw hanging off the back to cover herself. Eric sat at the other. The silence stretched. Eric, you're worrying me. He shook himself. Sorry. I'm not about to tell you I'm dying, if that's what you're afraid of. It did cross my mind. I'm as healthy as I ever was. He paused, looked at her, admired her. Anita, you are an amazing woman. I can honestly say that you are one of only two women I've ever loved, which is why I need to tell you this before we go any further. She gasped. I'm not married either. He hung his head. How did men do this? Well, for starters, they didn't have the kind of secrets he did. She sighed in relief. Is this about the other women? In a way. It's Isabel. Grandma? He nodded. Eric, she's old enough to be your grandmother. Eric couldn't help smiling. The dismay in her voice was sort of amusing. She wasn't when I first met her. She opened the mouth, closed it, eyed him. I'm confused. You remember how she said we met? She nodded. A few years ago, you audited her class. You're interested. Your interest in the Esmeralda War. We talked and became friends. You talked and became friends. That isn't how I met her. I met her when we were in the army together. Okay. He waited, giving her time to work out the implications. Wait a minute. She joined when she was 19, left at 21, at 31. You weren't even born back there. Eric handed her his military ID. She looked at it. Not a flattering picture. She kept looking, searching for the reasoning to hand it to her. She chuckled. Your birthday is in 3 months. Oh, that's the middle of winter. You must hate that. She kept looking, which meant she'd missed the detail he needed her to find. Look at the year. Her eyes went back to that corner and grew wide. Is this real? Did they actually make that kind of mistake on one of those? It isn't a mistake. She rolled her eyes at him. Come on, Eric. If this isn't a mistake, that would make you 87 years old. 88 in a little over 3 months. She frowned. You have to be the best preserved octogenarian I've ever met. She smiled and nodded in his midsection. Does everything work? Eric blushed. That's kind of a personal question to ask at this stage of a relationship, don't you think? She grinned. Well, I thought claiming to be almost 90 was your way of easing into some problem you had. Eric shook his head. I don't have any problems. I told you I'm in good health. Then what is this about? She handed him the card. He took it, looked at it. It's about the truth. There are things I haven't told you about me that you have a right to know because they're going to be a factor in where we go from here. She repositioned herself and her face became attentive. The way it did when she listened to a witness for the defense on the stand, searching for any detail that didn't match the information she had. You know I repair electronics for a living. She nodded. I do that because I'm a techer. Her expression became guarded, and a voice at the back of his head tried to get his attention, but he was too busy explaining how he was different so they could move forward without any secret between them. I can fix in a day what would take a week for someone else to do. And that's with me taking my time, making sure I just fix the problem, not adding improvement to stop. Stop? No, that wasn't right. He wanted to keep going, had kept going. This hand for this. What was this for? And this one's tough because I'm going back over a decade with this. Probably close to 2 now. Had kept going. This wasn't how you lied to me. The dismay in her voice compelled him to explain himself. I didn't lie. She stood. Oh, really? You told me you were a repairman. That's what I am. You're a techer. She snapped. One of those crazy people who's always tearing apart our city. What else did you tell me? Tell me now. Alarms went off in his head. This was wrong. All wrong. But he needed to make her understand. In the army, I built something for the war, and it propelled me 60 years into the future, into now, a few months ago. You're actually 90 years old? She looked at him in disgust, and he had to work to look away. And my grandmother? Shit! I'm a replacement for her, aren't I? She's too old now, so you settled for me. Isn't that right, sicko? No. Eric was on his feet. How had this gone so wrong? She should have been understanding, had been. I didn't settle for you, Anita. I fell in love with you. Like you fell in love with her? The derision in her voice made him take a step back and almost trip over the couch. Anita, listen to me, please. What we have is nothing like what I had with Isabel. That was war. We comforted each other. I was planning on our future together once it was over, but I can't know if what we felt for each other ran deeper. I know how deep it runs between us. Don't you dare say it. Anita, please, no. She spat. What? You thought you could tell me your sob story and I'd comfort you? That it would make us grow closer? Yes, Eric heard the certainty in his voice, and he remembered her taking his hand in hers. The talk had stretched into the night, retiring to her bedroom. This was some twisted version of what might have been, just like she shoved him. Do I look like some sort of idiot to you? Is that it? You think I'm desperate for company? I'll have you know I can have anyone I want. Why would I settle for you? Do you have any idea the man I've known in my long life? Something was wrong with Anita's face. There was something about the eyes. She shoved them again. Well, answer me. Do you think I'm an idiot? No, of course not. Anita, you're the smartest woman I know. You're strong, determined. Those are the qualities that made me fall in love with you. And you're weak. Eric tried to protest. Your talk about helping others, that's all crap. You don't give a damn about helping anyone but yourself. All you want is someone to make you feel like you matter, to protect you from yourself, to keep you from going crazy. That's it, isn't it? Grandma couldn't keep you from going crazy back then, so now you want me to do it. No. He wanted to sound more confident, but going crazy was always at the back of his mind, and the thought that being connected to other people could help him resist the temptation, helped him stay sane, was something he based his life on. That when he found himself at the edge the next time, she'd be there to pull him back, that someone would pull him back. She snorted. I can't even be honest with yourself, can you? It's pure luck you haven't destroyed the city yet. Are you hoping to be lucky again next time? He tried for the word to explain that was what his social network was about, making sure he didn't have to rely on the luck of a child being able to pull him back to himself. How could you ever think I'd want to be with someone like you? Get out of my house! She pushed him. Another alarm added itself to the many blasting in his head. Anita, you have to understand. No, I don't. She shoved again. You do. Damn it, Anita, this isn't how it happened. The alarm fell silent. It wasn't. She tried to shove him again, but he cut her hands. You never called this place a house. It's a condo. Her eyes were the wrong color. He saw a halo of brown hair that belonged to the lioness. Her hands were out of his, grabbing his collar. This pain you felt, that's what I can do to you for as long as I want. Remember that the next time I ask for help. She shoved him with more strength than she should have, and his back hit the door hard. Whoa, what? Where's 13? Where's chapter 13? Oh, great. How the hell did I lose a chapter? Harland is not out of place. Let's look in the trash. Ah, damn it. Oh, this is gonna, well, I mean, is this gonna be a problem? Yeah, it's going to be a problem. Okay. If it's not in there, where are you? Damn it. Ah, damn it. Where? How the hell do I lose a full chapter? And this is clearly having lost it. But the thing is, the way Scrivener works, it should be somewhere. Because if I can't simply delete a chapter, it goes into the trash can, which is still there. So I would have a name and a number there. And I got a bunch of stuff, but not that. That is really annoying. Okay. Let's see if I can find it again. I'll be right back. Oh, how the hell do you only have that? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That might actually still be there. All right. Found what is chapter 11. Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing 2 chapters. Not 1, not 2. What? Really? How the hell? So where does 14 start? Okay, that might actually be a numbering problem. Actually, maybe not. No, actually, okay. Huh. Okay, no, this is okay. This is purely numbering problem because that is the continuation. I tracked down the previous. Okay, so how did the numbering go wrong? Well, at least that's comforting. I was not looking forward. I'm really unsure how that happened. Okay, let's start with you. Let's see if you will post. Still failed. Did you download that? Oh. Ah, manually it is. Ah, damn it. Of course I did that wrong. That's why I don't want to do these manually. Because I'm always screwing things up. Date is set. Now what to do with that? And I may have made a mistake on the previous one. But that's why I schedule stuff instead of posting immediately. Because then I have time to fix mistakes. Okay, that's posted, that's been fixed. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. I finally know what happened. Okay. Right, this, I'd forgotten to, okay. That's how the jump happened. So let's prevent it from happening again by fixing these. There we go. I'm not gonna waste time on this one. Mind your step. Mind your step. Where am I at here? This is 90, so we're looking here, March 27th. Alrighty. All done. Minimal mistake. And the mistakes that did happen were caught. Hey, Angel, it went well. The posting to Patreon was a little more adventurous, though. Well, as always, when I can't I can't use my third-party poster scheduler. I, I've I sent an help request, like, cause I don't know where the problem is. I don't know if the bug is in the scheduler or with Patreon or something in the between. But I sent the log to their Discord and asked for help because I haven't made any changes. Like, I'm using the same image, the same format, everything's the same, and yet it's not posting. So yeah, not sure. Like, there, as far as I'm aware, there's one, maybe two people dealing with that, and they're working on the next version. Like, this is version 3, but they're working on version 4, and each of their versions are very much streamlined, very different. Well, not very different, but they're better built. So, it's not like looking at the help request is the only thing they do. But yeah, you've put on your daughter's nap, hoping for a quiet day. I certainly hope the same. Actually, no, no, he hasn't. I haven't turned. He hasn't turned it on yet. Oh no. Well, actually, no. Lighting up that works. Hey, Darth. Enjoy the lurk. Okay, how the hell, how different can it be that you guys can't identify this? Okay, 2 letters off. No, actually 1 letter off. How the hell does 1 letter off throw you guys off that much? Okay, you don't have that in your memory, so that's why. Alrighty. Alright, it is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in about an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, it is chapter 9 of The Labor. It is an Alex chapter. Thank you very much, Angel. How are you doing? You are good. The baby is napping. Very nice. Alrighty. Turn on. There was a Trump speech, and you liked what he said about Israel. If he spoke about what's actually going on, he's a little more on the ball today than he usually is. Israel made him attack? Wow. How insecure can a man be that a country forces him to attack? and he's with BFF with the minister. I see. So all it took was a blowjob. That, or you offered kids. What did what did Baby girl woke up half an hour ago. Well, I hope that she's okay. First time she slept this late. Ah. 2.5 hours of sleep, and in 1 hour you should be going to sleep. Oh, that could be problematic. Well, I mean, at her age, I don't know. I don't. I remember that there was a point where my mom had to literally force me to stay awake all day so that I would sleep through the night. But I don't recall what age I was, if she even mentioned it. Because I would nap during the day and then not be sleeping through the night. And at some point, she had enough of that. Skipping the nap can make a difference. Well, you know, I was probably not that young. Like, I was probably at the, knowing my mom, I was probably at the point where I could sleep, you know, 6, 7 hours in a row. And from her point of view, I'm guessing that dealing with whatever the problem keeping me from napping brought was better than me causing chaos at night without supervision. Because it seems I was quite a chaos causer when I was young. Didn't we all? I don't know. Some people claim to have been angels. Well, no, let me rephrase that. Some people's parents claimed they were angels when young. And to be clear, my mom never claimed that. My mom has offended a lot of parents with her honesty about the kind of child I was. Because she's from a generation where parents could not imagine. Well, only giving the good side of their kid. And my mom has always been very honest. Uh, Problematically so at times. But yeah, like she would parent like she would have me around, and parent would go, "Oh, he's such a he must be such an angel," and my mom would go, "No, he's the devil incarnate." And she was she they would look at her offended, like, "How dare you speak that way of your child?" But yeah, my mom has never had times with has never had time for niceties. Uh, she can be very blunt. realized there was an apostrophe there. Hey, Slow Gamer! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Your right eye is bothering you? I'm sorry to hear that. to the level that you should see a doctor or something, or just kind of you've got some you've got something in your eye kind of thing? Yeah, that will happen. Um, Unfortunately, I don't know any actual solution to that. When it happens to me, it's annoying. Try putting your face in a bowl of water, rolling your eye around. I don't think I would be able to open my eye with water on it. How is the writing journey? It is well. I had a book go live on the at the end of February, and I keep on writing. You don't know how I do it so fast. No, this is the thing. It's not fast. Or unless you mean my typing specifically, then that's just training. Um, but I don't write that fast on the level of putting stuff out there. I know writers who will put out books every 2 months. I make no comments on the quality and stuff like that, but that's how fast they publish. I publish one book a year. I I believe myself to be very average when it comes to the overall craft of um, of what's involved in writing. The speed can affect quality no matter how good a writer is. Well, that is a lot of training. The more you write, the better your writing becomes and the faster you can write. And then it becomes a how much work you're willing to put into it. Because your first draft will never be as good as the story can be. The better you are, the better your first draft will be. That is, that cannot be argued. But people who publish their first draft, you can usually tell. What makes writing take time is working on the quality of it. And that is something that very few people, and I am not one of those, can manage on the first draft. There have been recounting of writers who would literally, some writers seem to never write a second draft. There's a couple of, no name comes to me, but I remember reading about an actual saying from one author. He was published, he was kind of famous, where basically he never does second drafts. Now, he writes the first draft, sends that to editor. He will fix problem the editor points out, but beyond that, that's it. But it's honestly, it's all about training. It's all about practice. The more you write, the better you get at it, and the faster you get at it. And then it's about putting in the work. Like, there's no shortcuts in writing. And the idea that talent will make a great writer is a complete lie. You have a better chance of becoming a successful writer by applying skill, which means training, than relying on talent. Talent can give a leg up, but if that person doesn't put the time in to develop the skill, they're not going to go anywhere. You will go all in, pace yourself. This is a marathon, not a race. Start slow, build up. And if you suspect that you're going too fast, slow down. You are heading off to bed, Angel? Alrighty, sleep well. See you tomorrow. Hey, Sobakin, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing good. Looks like some good stuff. Thank you very much. This is a personal project. I will be right back. And what are you up to today, Sobakin? Hey. You're a deadbeat after work, so chilling? Cool. And thank you very much for the follow. I hope work went well. As well as work goes, that is valid. Alrighty, but my writing is now done. Oh, Sable is on. I think Sable. Wait. Oh yeah, there you are. Not actually on, so. Right, who else do we have? Alright, we're gonna raid Sam. Alrighty. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Engineer's Family. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll